The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Southern Baptist to the front.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome everybody on this date, July 27th, 2021, to the Commission for Independent Education meeting here in the metropolis of Howey in the Hills, Florida. Pay attention to the speed zones here at the Mission Inn Resort. Ms. Hood, roll call, please.
Mr. Castillo.
Present.
Dr. King.
Present.
Mr. Williams. Ms. Maharan.
Here.
Bradley.
Here.
Dr. Matos.
Here.
And Mr. Wagner.
Okay, thank you for being here. It's nice to see faces instead of me looking up into the ceiling and hearing voices and seeing dead people. No.
And staff.
And I'll get there. Relax. It's exciting. When I look to the right, I have 2 rows of staff people here.
Yay!
We haven't seen them at a meeting in close to, 16, 18 months. So instead of just Brandon and Joey being there, we have 2 rows of our fantastic staff. It's exciting. All the chairs are closer together. You know, we have Mr. Santoro on the microphone, out of retirement, that's going to do the introductions in a moment. But I'm just glad everybody's back. We're getting there, and we're still going to have some sort of remote going for this meeting and maybe for the next 1 or 2. But noticing how the COVID is kind of creeping up, we don't know what's on the horizon, but it's just good to have everybody here and to come back to have some normalcy in our lives. It's been lonely at these meetings where you have in each row 2 or 3 chairs versus 6 or 8 chairs. A lot of you, especially staff, I mean, I know you've been watching, but seeing Mr. Harris clean the podium after every speaker, okay, that's been exciting. So before I get started, before we do introductions and before we do pledge, can everybody put their cell phone in a quiet mode, vibrate mode, but non-ring mode? Who would like to do the pledge today? Would you like to do it, Mr. Harris? Okay, everybody rise, please.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I must apologize again that I'm not in uniform with a shirt and tie on, but April 28th I had left shoulder replacement, and the last meeting I was still in a sling. It's healing, but there's certain things I cannot do, and one of them is a shirt and tie. So I apologize for my dress. Mr. Santoro.
Good morning, Commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero of Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, Francisco Neto, Director of Amber University, Orlando.
I'm Reed Allison with Southern Technical College.
Good morning, Joshua Padron with West Coast University.
Good morning, Karen Martin Brown from Dragon Rises College in Gainesville.
Good morning, Dr. Donnell Richmond, Trinity Global College.
Good morning, Patrick McDermott, Director, Meridian College, Sarasota, Florida.
Good morning, Christy Bordelon Consulting.
Top of the morning to you, Nathan Adams, Holland and Knight Education Team.
Good morning, Luis Sanchez, Inter-America University.
Good morning, Stephen Aikello, Instituto Marangoni in Miami, Campus Director.
Morning, Massimo Casagrande, Istituto Marangoni Miami, Dean of Fashion.
Good morning, Eileen Keller with SST Accountants and Consultants, Dallas, Texas.
Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton School Consulting.
Good morning, Nancy Rogers, a source for admissions training.
Good morning, Sharon Rigard with Florida Technical College.
Good morning, Lady Boom, Florida Technical College.
Good morning, Christian Jean Lewis, Campus Director of Renaissance Health Institute.
Good morning, Tyson Heath, Western Governors University.
Lucas Capley, Western Governors University.
Good morning, Chuck Hostler with Western Governors University.
Good morning, Dr. Kelly Krinkle. I'm the Director of Accreditation and Compliance for Florida National University.
Good morning, Janie Bailey, Nexus University, Miami.
Good morning, Michael Schwamm, Alturas Cura College, Tampa, Florida.
Hi, good morning, Jennifer Green with Galen College of Nursing.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Anderson from LEARN, the Library and Information Resources Network.
Good morning, everyone. Herman Posada, Consultant.
Good morning, Nancy Rodriguez, UNAD, Florida.
Good morning, Jesús Fuenmayor, UNAC, Florida.
Good morning, Sharon Rodriguez, Chamberlain University, Miramar.
Good morning, Jason Dunn, Chamberlain University.
Good morning, Catherine Holton, Chamberlain University.
Good morning, Nelda Webb, Nursing Consultant.
Good morning, Peter Goplerud, Florida Coastal School of Law.
Good morning, Audrey Kaplan, partner with Hogan, Marin, Babbo, and Rose, regulatory attorneys here for Florida Coastal School of Law.
Chris Giorgetti, Santorum Giorgetti, Post-Secondary Educational Consulting.
Morning, Nick Mansour, Arizona College of Nursing.
Good morning, Matt Calhoun, Arizona College of Nursing.
Good morning, Matthew Egan, Arizona College of Nursing.
Good morning, Alexandra Shafrath from Ultimate Medical Academy.
Morning, Sue Edwards, Ultimate Medical Academy, Tampa and Clearwater.
Good morning, Tom Rometta, Ultimate Medical Academy.
Good morning, Bridget Hyde, Ultimate Medical Academy.
Good morning, Dr. Rebecca Sarlo, Ultimate Medical Academy, Clearwater Campus.
Good morning, Lisa McClure, Ultimate Medical Academy.
Good morning, Ian Hansen, Schiller International University.
Good morning, Alan Alvarez, Campus Director at Schiller International University.
Good morning, Christy DiGregorio, Schiller International University.
Good morning, Dr. Victoria Baymond, Schiller International University.
Good morning, Jane Parker, Schiller International University.
Good morning, Jennifer Newham with City College.
Good morning, Sarah Buckow with City College.
Good morning, Jerry Rosenberg, City College.
Good morning, Khani Schneck, City College.
Esther Curry, City College.
Wait. Today is a special day for Esther and for City College. The vote's not in yet, so it's kind of, iffy, but basically this will be the last time she'll have to introduce herself at these meetings. So Esther, all the best of luck to you.
Absolutely.
Family.
Thank you. I want to thank the commission and the staff for all the hard work and help they've always given City College so that we could grow and be a successful college. Thank you.
Now, we're not done ribbing it yet. Okay. You have a whole day of that. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Let's give her a hard time.
My name is Bob Harris with the Messer Capital Law Firm in Tallahassee, and I have had the honor and pleasure of working with Esther and CM for more than 30 years, and it is an amazing day. For those of you who don't know, City College is license number 67. 67. In addition to City College today, I'm representing Barbara Brennan School of Healing Arts, West Coast University, Institute of Marangoni, Florida Technical College, and St. Matthew's College of Medicine.
Okay, thank you. The chair will entertain a motion for the minutes from May 26th and May 27th.
So moved.
21.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Matos. Second by Lynn Mulheron. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries for the minutes. We're in reports. Mr. Ferguson, Executive Director report.
Yes, sir. If I might first introduce staff, which is a pleasure. I tell you, these folk have just been an absolute godsend to me and this commission. I did give them between midnight and 6 a.m. to take a little bit of a break, but otherwise they have been doing yeoman's work here this last year. With me today, of course, is Ms. Risa Rudolph, who is Assistant Executive Director. We have Ms. Jenna Parton, who is General Counsel to this commission. With us today is Joey Smith, Stephanie Line, Brandon Eldridge, Victor Sorey, Jason Bowman, Cheryl Miller, Angela Shelby, Callie Oswald, Austin Ard, Monica Brook, Catherine Davis, Mike Santoro, and some of you may know Don Slater, who is brand new on board and will be doing on-sites for us. So I would tell you, we have some new folk here that some of you haven't met. We have new school folk that haven't been here. At the break, and I noticed before the meeting you were talking to some, but at the break, please introduce yourself if you haven't met staff. If there's something you have for this commission, please mail it in. We have a method by which when it comes to the front desk, we can log it and keep up with everything that comes in. If there's something you need, if you'll talk to the program specialist, they'll make a note and we'll get it to you. Last but not least is Ms. Susan Hood, who is my assistant, and I am Sam Ferguson, Executive Director, for those who have not met me. So please do that. Mr. Chair, we have today, going into July, this is a new budget year, so you have in front of you several things. First is the budget for the coming year, I'll go over everything first. The budget for the coming year we'll need to vote on. Also, your Student Protection Fund synopsis is there, and we have something that will have to be voted on. That is a request to expand the Student Protection Funds under Chapter 1005.37 to include Fast Train College. As you know, several years ago, Fast Train ceased operation. You have Jacksonville, Miami, Tampa, Clearwater, Plantation, and Pembroke Pines. Those records have been in possession of the federal government, and they are ready to release them. So we're going to have to expend approximately $4,000 to retrieve those records and get them into our system. So I would ask that you approve not only the budget, accept the Student Protection Fund, and then approve the $4,050 for us to have the Fast Train records shipped to the office so that we can put them in our database.
So we're adding the $4,000 to two places? The
Correct.
budget and
Yes.
also the student.
Well, it won't come out of the
protection
budget, it comes out of the Student Protection.
Right, so
Yes,
nothing to do with the
No,
budget. Okay. We'll do them separately. The chair will entertain a motion for the passage of the budget.
So moved, sir.
I have a motion by Dr. Matos.
Second.
Second by Dr. Kitchens. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And the second one would be for the Student Protection Fund with the inclusion of the $4,000 and change.
Move
for
to accept.
Fast Train. A motion by Lynn Mulheron,
Second.
second by Nancy Bradley. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things, if I might. First of all, there had been some question, and this past year has been very difficult. It's been very difficult for everyone. It's been very difficult for schools who have been around, and it's been very difficult for new schools. So I want to take a second and say that for those of you who are new schools, when you're issued a license, that license says that you are ready to open your doors, accept students, and have everything necessary in place to train for those programs that you're approved for. It doesn't mean that you get a license and a year down the road, when you finish whatever it is that you're doing with a location, whether it be in one case, anecdotally, I had one of my program specialists go down to Orlando, goes to a building, the sheriff's department is in that particular building doing an active shooter scenario. Fortunately, they weren't using live bullets, so my program specialist is okay. The point is, the building, the sheriff's department said this building is abandoned, okay? But yet we had issued a license for that building. So I'm going to say that in order for you to get your license and be ready to go, understand that the new applicant for initial license who has received the approved applicant and granted provisional license, that applicant is in substantial compliance with the standards. Substantial compliance with the standards means that you can take students in. If there's some little issues, okay. But when you send us documentation that says that you have purchased all of your equipment and that you're ready to open up, that means you are ready to open up for business. It's just that simple. I mean, I can't imagine going to a car lot and there not being any cars on the lot to buy. So enough said about that so that you understand that if in fact you're issued a provisional license, the provision of that license is you're ready to operate. If there's any questions, please, you can talk to me, you can talk to staff, but we all need to be on the same sheet of music on that one. Now, for the last several years, we've had issues with nursing. And I told the commissioners that we were going to look into Florida to see exactly where we were with nursing education. Staff has taken a look, and here's where Florida is. In the calendar year 2020, the National Council of State Boards of Nursing shows 13,748 first-time Associate of Science and Nursing test takers in Florida. 13,000. Florida's state average of passing is 62.9, the lowest of all the states. The only place that it's lower are in two territories, and God only knows what those two territories do. I don't. But in Florida, we're 62.9. All the other states range from 78 to 95%. With that being said, there are two Florida institutions that accounted for nearly 8% of all the first-time takers. Without those two institutions, we would probably be at 72%, which is still low. But that tells you where we are in terms of nursing here in Florida. So we are going to be really looking at these nursing programs that are in operation and that are coming up. It's been kind of, to be perfectly honest with you, with some of our counterparts on this, it's kind of embarrassing. And I can tell you from talking to the Board of Nursing, they're not real thrilled either. So I don't know if they have plans. I don't know what the Board of Nursing is looking at for next year, but I can assure you that they're looking for something, to do something about where we are. And I'll just let it go at that, Mr. Chair. If anyone would like to see, it's public record. If you want to take a look at nursing scores and who does what with which and to whom, it's public record. You can go out there and look. And I wish that some of you, especially you schools that are giving the first-time takers and they're passing and you've got that 80, 90% pass rate, you need to take a look to see who it is. Take a look and see who it is. You'll recognize names, 18, 20, 30% pass rates on these things. You graduate 100 students and you send 5 forward to be tested, something's wrong there. You say you've graduated 100 students, you're only going to send 5 up to be tested, and then when you send those 5, 4 of them fail. So that tells me that you're not even, the students that you're choosing to send that you think are going to do well obviously aren't. So, but anyway, this is not good. It's not good for this sector. It's not good for the state. And I can assure you that we're going to be looking at it. Talking to Ms. Parton about maybe some of the issues that we can do internally, but I can assure you that the Board of Nursing also, and I've talked to them, the Board of Nursing is looking at some ways to take this back to where it was, and I don't think you want that. Okay.
I'd like to comment, please.
Yes, sir.
For years with the nursing program, we've been saying over and over and over again that it's not a back-end program. It's all about the front end and making sure that you have the criteria for when students come to your institution, that they have to go through a rigorous process to get accepted into a nursing program. Between the commissioners and our staff, we, do program improvement plans. I think one of the things, Jenna, you might want to do is for further discussion when we, is that we tie back their improvement plans to the next time they have any type of, for their licensure with their catalog, to make sure those improvement plans are actually in the catalog instead of us just getting lip service on their submissions. It's no secret. Bob, you want to shut up? Or I see this. Okay. If y'all are paying attention to the political environment out there, for-profit education is a target. Okay? And it's been around for a long, long, long time. People tend to forget about it. But everybody has to do their best to excel right now, to show the naysayers that career colleges can do it and will do it and is a solution for our workforce. And, the first place we're all going to start is based on the nursing scores, because Mr. Ferguson is right. It is an embarrassment. And, people don't realize everybody wants to be a nurse, okay? And not everybody can be a nurse. We're dealing with, some schools are in train out right now. Really, I shouldn't call it a train out, a closed situation. They don't have a train out plan. When you discuss with them what were their criteria for students to get into their program, it was a 2.0 GPA. No entrance test whatsoever. So it's building up those numbers. Yeah, great, you get revenue, the whole 9 yards, but that's not what it's all about. It's talking about student success and students getting a job, and that's in all programs, but specifically for nursing, Okay, you have to be at the top of your game, and it's not going to get any better with oversight. I don't know if, somebody once told me, if you're in this industry or any industry you go into, be a student of that industry. Read everything you can. I mean, Inside Education and the 52 other ones that hit your email every single morning. Read those articles. Know what's going on. With the webcasts. I don't know if anybody watched the new one or the one a couple of weeks ago with the new person in charge of the United States Department of Education. Okay? Career colleges have a target. And push comes to shove, you all need to two-step it up. And Mr. Ferguson and I have been around a long, long time. He had an afro when I first met him. But we always say it's just as easy to do it the right way than the wrong way. And, doing it the right way, when you go to bed at night, you can put your head on that pillow feeling good about yourselves and what you're doing, helping students change their lives. But this is not an issue that we're going to back off from. We're going to see how we can do things with schools, with nursing schools that are not performing. We're kind of connected at the hip with the Board of Nursing, and we're going to see how maybe we can separate ourselves just a little bit to give us a little bit more authority over our institutions that have programs that are not successful. Okay, we have some great programs in the state from out-of-state schools. I just met with one in Tallahassee, last week or 2 weeks ago? Mm-hmm. Okay, and they had it together. And this is a school, I don't know how many miles it is, okay, but they're clear across the country. And they have a grip on it. And, meanwhile, we have schools in the state of Florida that don't have a grip on it. And so it's coming with nursing. I mean, we've been saying it for years. We've been trying to be strong with it for years, but enough is enough. And not only with the associate's degree, but it's going to be the BSN degree, the RN to BSN degree, the master's degree, okay, nurse practitioner, all the way up, okay? We have something to prove. We're different than the community colleges, state colleges. When a student gets through all their academics going through a state college, then they have to apply for the core program. And the community colleges take the best of the best of the best. Okay, so they're always going to have the cream of the crop. With us, we have to count our students from day one. Okay, state colleges don't count from day one. Okay, thus our retention is held against us, with report cards and everything else that the USEOE requires, and so we do things differently. So if a student enters your school, they could be put on a waiting list that they're going to have a spot in the nursing program if they meet all the, the entrance criteria, all the gen eds, and then throughout the core. So we are a better opportunity versus the state colleges, because there are some students that complete their gen eds in the state colleges, and they may never get into the nursing core, or the dental hygienist, or the physical therapy assistant, okay, because they just pick the best, okay? They're not dealing with everybody, and they're not held accountable for their attrition rates. So let's all think about that moving forward. We'll keep everybody updated, and hopefully we'll have some meetings, workshops where we get y'all involved. Mr. Ferguson and Bob, would you like to say something? Or
Let me, if I might, Mr. Chair, the one last thing that has not, you don't have it in Florida, and the reason you don't, it's an ongoing investigation, but for those of you who might be interested, District of Maryland, the United States Attorney's Office in Maryland issued a press release that 4 people have been charged with selling fraudulent nursing degrees. I would suggest that some of you take a look at this press release from Maryland, and Nursing School 1 and Nursing School 2 are not identified, and I can assure you there's Nursing School 3 and 4 that aren't even mentioned. And the folk that have been charged, I'm sure at some point, I know if it was Sam Ferguson, I'd be saying, hey, let's make a deal here. And I'm thinking that these folk probably will be, so you need to take a look. And if you're associated with any of these folk, Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama, or even New York City might want to see you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
okay. Would you like to say something? Go ahead.
Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Chairman, as you know, I've spent over 20 years dealing with this issue with nursing. We spent the entire legislative session trying to change the law about nursing this session. Weren't successful, but I understand what you all are talking about, very much so. It is embarrassing, but a couple things I'd like you to keep in mind. If you're going to do this, it does need to be a comprehensive approach. One of the things we talked to the Board of Nursing about was giving them the authority to close a school down beyond the authority that they have today. I have no problem with that. Schools that have a very low percentage rate, and there's no explanation for that, they ought not to exist. But if you're going to do this, I would ask you to please do a comprehensive look at all the things that impact this. Let me give you 2 examples. You mentioned one already. One of the things we learned over the past few months dealing with this legislation and talking to members of the legislature and staff and everybody involved was that, for example, you mentioned about community colleges and state colleges and universities and their acceptance rate. There is a university in Tallahassee that has a 4% acceptance rate. 4% of every student that starts at that school, they go through their general ed courses, and if they don't have a 3.9 grade point average, they're out. Now, you and I as taxpayers have paid every dime of their education through Bright Future, whatever it may be, and if they don't have a 3.9, they're out. And so when you look at the test scores of 90% on test scores for a lot of the public institutions, it's because they've eliminated, like you've said, Mr. Chairman, all the students that might possibly fail. Their retention rate means nothing to their accreditor. It means everything to your accreditors. And so when you talk about our scores being low, understand when you compare, you have to compare apples and apples. It is not a fair comparison. One of the things we're in the process of doing right now in every single public program in the state is finding out exactly how many students that they have let go in the nursing program so that we can look at it from an apples and apples comparison. That process is underway as we speak. So please keep that in mind. The second thing is this. We have in this state a difficulty with a lot of the students that we talk to have a language issue. And English is a second language issue. Every single study ever done shows that when you have a majority of English as a second language learners, they don't do as well on that test. For example, there's a school in Miami that can never seem to get over 60% on the test rate. When you look at second and third time that they take that test, their rate goes up to 97% passage rate. This is one of the few professions, and we know them all, we've categorized this, we've shown it to legislators, we know every one, that looks at only first-time test takers. And we need to change the law about that. Last week, you mentioned inside higher ed and all that. You remember seeing the article, because I know you read it, Mr. Chairman, talking about the teacher's test. Are you familiar with the test scores about the teacher's test in Florida? Do you know what the passage rate for first-time teachers on their certification for teaching? 34%. Now, should we eliminate all the teaching schools in the state of Florida? No. But you know what they're talking about doing? the end of that article talked about eliminating the teacher test, because you certainly don't want accountability out there. And they're talking about eliminating the NCLEX. Well, that would be wrong too. So all I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is yes, let's get rid of the schools that can't seem to get a high enough percentage rate. But let's make sure we look at comprehensively about all the things that impact test scores. We need to get rid of first-time test takers. You look at the other professions, a lot of health professions don't have it. So let's make it an equal playing field. If you're going to work on it, let's work on it where it's comprehensive. That's the only thing I asked you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that's just for a record, that was Mr. Bob Harris speaking. So when we do have workshops, if you want to participate, you're more than welcome to participate. Yeah. When we have rules committee meetings, it's worth your while to keep a pulse on what's going on. So participate, be involved.
And it would help if you gave entrance exams to the nursing schools. I can tell you for a fact we have nursing programs out there that have no entrance exams. And to you, Bob, I don't know of a law school that will take you that you have not taken an LSAT. Maybe there's some in California, I don't know. But, an exam is necessary.
Mr. Ferguson, I know.
This is not going to be a debate. Let's get
I know. I just want to say this. Mr. Ferguson, you're exactly right. But you mentioned earlier about this District of Maryland. You have a couple of schools in Florida that are selling nursing programs, nursing degrees. You know that. They're here. And so we need to focus on them as well because they're bringing everybody's average down as well. So
I think that's who school 1 and 2 are, Mr.
Well, that may be.
Since we're getting into it, okay, and I'll be the last word. Throughout the country, I'm not just talking about Florida, we had it in Florida a number of years ago with massage schools and selling license certificates and licenses. And that gets into it they're not just doing that for people to get jobs. It's called human trafficking, folks. And that's a serious, serious topic. And, so as the owners and managers of your schools, see what other people don't see, hear what other people don't hear. You might be running the best school possible, but you could be having a registrar, okay, that is getting $500 per certificate, and you're not aware of it, and this happens I think in all areas, not just career colleges, okay, but you have to pay attention. And, we've always prided ourselves in having the best of the best. I know we have the best of the best state licensing office. I mean, if you deal in multiple states, you don't have it. So at that point, let's go on and continue.
Legal counsel.
Legal counsel report.
There's no report per se, but we do have 2 final orders that need to be approved by the commission. The first is for Arizona College of Nursing. It is simply an order accepting their voluntary relinquishment of their license at license number 7876. I apologize. And the other is Angel Technical Institute. A clerk's order was sent to them and they did not respond.
Should we take those separately, Jenna?
Yes.
I move to accept. I move to accept the recommendation from Ms. Martin to relinquish the license on Arizona School of Nursing.
We have a motion by Dr. Matos.
Second.
Second by Dr. Kitchen. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next one is Angel Tech, I believe.
Correct.
Motion to relinquish the license for Angel Technical Institute according to Ms. Martin's recommendation.
Motion by Dr. Matos.
Second.
Second by Ms. Mulheron. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
That is it for the legal report.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Roman numeral 6, degree institution licensure issues. Oh, no, we have to do the accreditation report from yesterday.
Yes.
This is an addendum to the agenda. Yesterday, the committee met, and Ms. Bradley was the chair, and she will let you know how it went.
Thank you, Ms. Parton. Yes, the Accreditation Review Committee met yesterday at 4 p.m. to review the applications submitted by Middle States Commission on Higher Education, that is MSCHE, and Middle States Commission on Secondary Schools, MSACSS. The committee concluded with a unanimous decision to forward both applications to the commission meeting for approval in order to allow licensed institutions that are institutionally accredited by these agencies to be eligible to apply for a license by means of accreditation, LBMA. So I'd like to ask for a motion to make the recommendation.
So moved.
A
Second.
motion by Dr. Matos. We have a second by Ms. Mulheron. We're in discussion. I guess I'll start the discussion. I was monitoring, what's the best word to use? It's
Monitoring.
I was
there.
part of that meeting
You were
yesterday.
there, yeah.
And one of the problems we had with Middle States, this started back in 2001 when we went with license by means of accreditation. So our schools would not have to duplicate submissions to their accrediting commission and also to CIE. So it was up to the accrediting body to make an application to CIE to see if they can be approved for license by means of accreditation. And so their schools would not have to do that. For the longest time, we did have issues with Middle States, with the cooperation of communicating with staff when one of their schools had issues. We would send them things on concerns we had, but no response. Middle States also deals with a lot of the accreditation outside of the United States. And so it's hard when you have a school that's licensed by means of accreditation and you're not getting the cooperation from the accrediting commission. Based on the Zoom yesterday, I was, and feedback from Mr. Ferguson, that Middle States has been for the past year and a half, totally, fully engaged with CIE and responding to CIE. They're under new management or a new chair for the past year and a half. They were certainly a delight to speak with yesterday. You have to keep in mind, we don't have regional accreditation anymore. So like if you have a school and you want to go Middle States and you're in Florida, you can go Middle States now. And so it was definitely a pleasure of having those two groups, even though they're really one group or two groups, on the call yesterday. I think they're, under Nancy's leadership, the questions that were asked by the committee were excellent questions, and I'm glad to see that that's been turned around and we're moving forward with Middle States.
Well, I agree, Mr. Chair. The presentations by both commissions were quite good, comprehensive, and they were very responsive to all the questions that we have. One of the main things I think that's very important as institutions begin to seek the licensure by means of accreditation is that when the institutions start thinking about going from an annual to an LBMA, make sure you read everything that's a part of the LBMA, and not to be flip about it, but fair consumer practices is one of the elements of all licenses, no matter what level. And fair consumer practices are in the CIE. It's very, very detailed and very, very prescriptive. So sometimes, as we see, our accreditors may be very general in a certain area. The CIE, especially in that area, may be a little bit more prescriptive. So please make sure that you keep that in mind as you think about that process. And just one other thing, I know we're going to vote here in a second, but I have to say I want to thank Brandon Eldridge from Commission staff, who worked very hard to put all of the information together for us, made it easy for the reviewer. I always like that. Make it easy. When you make it easy for the reviewer, everything goes a lot more smoothly. So I thank Brandon for that on behalf of the committee.
And Brandon is the cool-looking person up here with the headset, with the multiple screens. You know, he's like our Wolfman Jack up there. So, thank you, Brandon.
Don't let him fool you, that's rock and roll he's listening to.
Or a little bit of country.
Good, probably.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I will go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. And I'd like to thank Ms. Bradley and her committee for doing such a wonderful job yesterday,
Thank you very much.
even though she ignored me for about 30 minutes. But that's okay, because you could see you only saw Sam's shoulder. You couldn't even see Sam on the Zoom call. So.
It was my good shoulder.
Yeah.
And you couldn't see
I'm glad
Jenna.
to hear you have a good shoulder.
Right, Jenna wasn't on either. Yeah, it was just a little bit challenging, I think, with the way everything was set up. But when you consider the fact that, this, I think, was probably the first time, well, maybe we've had them in person before, but having the representatives, and that many of them on this call, it was fantastic because they were all able to chime in when there was something that we were discussing and so forth. And Mr. Cressito and really all of us, we were stressing the whole communication piece and how important that is. And I think all of you who've been attending these meetings, you know what happens when the communication isn't as it should be. It ends up being harmful to the school, students. I mean, that's who we're here for. So anyway, it was a really good meeting. And thanks to everybody for all their work.
Thank you. Did we vote?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, continuing on, Roman numerals 6, degree institutional licensure issues. A, institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. Mariaza College, Fort Pierce. I'm sorry, Bob?
Chairman, I represent Emerald's College. My understanding that was to be pulled today.
There was what?
My understanding that was to be pulled. The owners advised me that they talked to Brady Lyon and it said it was going to be pulled from the agenda today.
When did he talk to him?
I'm not sure. I got the call earlier this week. I said, what about that? I said, no, Brady said it would be pulled from the.
Bob, they don't have an issue. Their NCLEX scores have gone up dramatically. And
Yeah, they're doing very well.
I'm not going
to say anything else.
And say thank you.
Thank you.
So who wants them? Do they want to be pulled?
No. They were just told me that they were advised it would be pulled and out of the agenda.
No, I mean, they're there and it's a report.
It's the other school that she owns.
Oh, it's the other school. The other one, not this one. This one's doing good.
Yeah, this one's doing very
So
well.
don't go away, because they have one more.
I'll be right here.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I ask Mr. Harris, since he's representing the
sure.
school? Do you know what's happening with their application to ABHES?
No, ma'am. My understanding is that they're in the middle of that process. I don't know exactly where they are. They give me updates about once a month, but I haven't heard anything for a while.
Okay, so maybe the next time they appear before us, we have whatever the last correspondence they have with ABHES, because it says here that they've submitted their application for initial, so,
That's fine.
you know,
My suggestion, why don't you, Mr. Chairman, we can just put them on the next agenda, and between now and then, we will make sure that they submit in writing to the staff, wherever they are on that. But again, they ought to come back and
Yeah, because I went back and looked at it. It looked like they started enrolling April of 2020. There have not been any test takers. So the question with the programmatic accreditation, would that be a question that comes up?
It would, and they can,
Yeah, they would-
I mean, this is a report, so.
yeah, no, they're doing well numbers.
We'll go ahead and accept the report,
Okay,
and then we can bring them back.
okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Ms. Bradley, you'd like to make the motion?
yes.
Motion by Nancy Bradley,
Second.
second by Ms. Mulharen. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Application for provisional licensure, we do have one, and that's Arizona College of Nursing, Orlando. Did I do that right? Thank you. Council, you'd like to give us an, McDowell, introduce yourselves for the record.
Nick Mansour, President, Arizona College.
Matthew Egan, Vice President, Regulatory Affairs, Arizona College.
Matt Calhoun, Senior Vice President, Campus Development.
Chris Giorgetti, Santorum Giorgetti, Post-Secondary, working with Arizona College.
Bob Harris.
Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for being here.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think the issue was rescinding the motion. Perhaps the general counsel can.
Correct. The school was at our last meeting. A clerked order was being drafted. There were several contingencies. Part of that clerked order was to conduct an on-site visit. That was done. The building was not operational at that time. So we need to, the recommendation is for the commission to rescind the clerked order from the last meeting and allow the school to withdraw their application.
I make the motion to rescind the commission's decision from the May 26, 2021 meeting.
I have a motion by Ms. Bradley. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Kitchens. We're in discussion. No comment, Nick?
No comment.
And they understand once, they get everything in order, they'll be sending everything back to us.
Okay, great. Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick and company, for your traveling here and being here with us.
Thank you.
Application for annual license, we have two of them. We have Central Florida College, Lake Helen.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Nancy Bradley,
Second.
second by Dr. Kitchens. Discussion?
I have a couple of comments, Mr. Chair.
We have somebody on the phone? Please, Central Florida College, Lake Helen, please unmute yourself and then introduce yourself for the record.
Odette Hernandez, Dean.
Can we try that again, please?
Odette Hernandez, Dean.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm going to try not to look at the ceiling when people are talking. So. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Matos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just my first question is for staff. When was the on-site visit completed?
It has not been completed. It needs to be scheduled.
Okay, may I add that as a contingency, please, then? And I have, let's see. Yeah, you've got it right there. Then I have a couple of questions for the school. Good morning.
Good morning.
In your catalog on page 14 of 43, you talk about English proficiency. And one of the items that you outline in the catalog is that for students to prove English proficiency, there's a special demonstration orally or in writing. My question in that regard, is it a standard assessment that you're utilizing so all students are equally and uniformly assessed?
No, we don't have any type of formal testing.
I would like to add that as a contingency then. So I would like that to add that as a contingency. Page 16 of 43 in the catalog, under college and program changes, the first paragraph begins with in compliance with the Commission for Independent Education. Central Florida reserves the right to change. I would like to suggest to delete that prepositional phrase from it because it is really up to the institution to make changes, and then obviously the commission approves, but we don't regulate whether that institution makes a decision to make a program change.
Agreed.
Okay. Under page 33 of 43 in your course descriptions, you need to add the prerequisites.
Okay.
Okay. And also, you talk about, on the last page of your catalog, when you talk about your course numbering system, you talk about courses in at level 300 and 399. You say that students, that freshmen cannot enroll in courses number 300 and 399 without a special permission, yet in the catalog, you do not outline that process. So I would like to add as a contingency that if that is the case, the process needs to be published in the catalog.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Okay, does anybody, Ms. Bradley, Dr. Kitchens, you okay with those as contingencies?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Number 2 is Florida Global University, Doral.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Oh, second.
second by Dr.
Sorry
Matos.
about that.
We're in discussion. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Welcome. Do we have anybody on the line, or is it just you?
It's just me.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ann.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Otero. Now, I saw that what was reported, student population 67 students. Is that the current population? Or more or less?
They are, it's more or less, it tends to run around those numbers. They are actively, if you were to search them on social media, have a different organization that's able to now broadcast a little bit more throughout Florida to be able to increase the enrollment.
Now, do they have students enrolled from places outside of Florida?
They do. Not in other states, but certainly other countries.
Okay, so, you know, do you know how many students?
Percentage-wise, I do not, but we can get that to you.
I mean, is it in the thousands?
Oh,
or?
no.
No.
It's nothing like that.
Okay, yes, I would like to, just so that we can see regarding the scope of the institution, where their population resides, or where they come from. I had another question regarding the expenses. We're looking at, this is still on the summary sheet, where the notes to the financial statements are there, and there's a line item for contractor services. So, and that is the biggest expense for the direct expense of services. Who are the contractors?
We can actually have the CPA be able to send you a breakdown.
Well, I don't see a line item for faculty. So I was wondering if the faculty are all contractors.
I would have to get you that information. I do know that they do have regular staff, and then, of course, based on enrollment, they'll pick up some other folks. However, when it comes to the actual how many, that one I would have to get you.
Right, I think that's important. And are all the faculty located, I mean, are they, I know when you do distance ed, faculty can be anywhere, but are they mostly within the U.S. or are they outside of the U.S.?
I know they have a mix. In their building in Doral, there's usually several folks that work there continuously. Excuse me. At the same time, they do have an extensive staff. It could be.
All right, so we would need, we would like, again, as a contingency, a detailed explanation of the contractor services, and specifically what I'm most interested in are faculty. And where the faculty fit in, are they all contractors? Those are the things I have, Mr. Chair.
So noted. I have a question. Do you want to get done writing first, or?
Yes.
Okay. You have bachelor's degrees and master's degrees. What are your start dates?
I would have to look at their catalog, and I would have to go through their catalog and be able to get you that information. Generally, the dates that they have are, my understanding is that they have very specific times where they bring their students on board. Is there any in particular you're looking for as far as dates?
Their year end is when? December 31st. Dr. Matos, can you look in their catalog quickly and see when their start dates are and ending dates?
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking specifically at if they cross over from December to January.
I don't remember seeing an academic calendar in the catalog, Mr. Chair, but let me double check.
Okay, we'll just do this as a contingency. In this case, you have 0 current liabilities, which is always a good thing. But when you do not have any deferred tuition, what I'm looking for, if it ends, if all semesters or quarters end on December 31st, and then a new one starts, or sometime in December, then a new one starts in January, then you wouldn't have any deferred tuition.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. The catalog specifies they have a rolling admissions office, not specifically an academic calendar, now I remember.
Okay. So we'll add that as a contingency. Does any of your semesters, your billing periods, cross over the year? And so that would determine if you would have deferred tuition or not. I mean, are they working on an accrual basis of accounting for your financials, or are they working on a cash basis? And, then you cup this with the question that Ms. Bradley had about the contracting services and everything else,
Oh, yeah.
we'll get to see a full picture.
Well, they'd have to start. They'd have to cross over because the start date for November, and then the next one's March 4th. So between November and March is.
Okay. So we'll just put that as a contingency of why don't they have any deferred tuition, along with Ms. Bradley's contingency. They could go hand in hand. Okay, is there any further discussion?
Yeah.
Dr. Matos and Ms. Mulhern, you okay with those contingencies?
Yeah,
Yes,
can I add one more to that? Because the notes that I have for the school, it actually is based on the academic calendar, because I found it very difficult on how the institution will measure program length by cohort specifically, which actually translate into graduation rates and placement rates for the institution. So I was going to add as a contingency clarification on that, please.
Okay.
Okay.
And Ms. Mulhern, you're okay
Yes,
with that
sir.
contingency? Okay, is there any further discussion?
We need some clarification on some of your programs, but what we'll do is we'll get with you, get with the school after.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
D, application for extension of annual license. We have one, Polytechnic University of Puerto Rico, and a second one, one's in Miami, the other one's in Orlando.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
And that's for both of them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Hello.
I second.
A motion by Dr. Matos.
I was waiting for Dr. Kitchen to do it.
We're in discussion.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if there's anyone here or anybody online.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Miriam Pavon, interim director of the Polytechnic University of Puerto Rico Miami campus. Good morning to all of you.
It's a little bit difficult to hear you, but the reason why I have a question is that I was looking at your documents, and based on, and you've been licensed since 2001, so you've been in the state for a long time. Based on what we talked about yesterday with the accreditor, and you are accredited by MSCHE, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
I was interested in the main and branch relationship with the institution. You have where is the main school?
The main is located in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Do you hear me well, ma'am? Can you hear me well?
I heard you say that, yes, San Juan. That has been the main school as far
Yes.
as, okay, and then Miami and Orlando are branches of that main school or additional locations?
They are branches of that location, of San Juan.
They are branches of that location. Okay. I thought I read something different, but anyway, okay, well then that answers my question regarding the main branch setup. Okay, there are no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Application for annual renew, items 1 through 9, we could take as consent.
So moved, sir.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Matos, And a second by Ms. Mulheron. Discussion? Hearing none for consent. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Ms. Mulheron, would you like to pull any?
Yes, I have number 7 and 8.
Hold on a second here. 7 and 8. Okay. Dr. Matos.
I have none.
Okay,
I'm
Dr.
double checking that.
We're on a roll here now.
Hold on a second. Everybody can breathe in just 30 seconds. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, none.
Dr. Kitchens.
Spirit of Dr. Matos, I have none.
Okay. Ms. Bradley.
In addition to what Ms. Mulheron pulled, I also have number 5.
Number 5.
Mhm.
Mine was pulled. So for approval will be items 1 through 4, 6, 9.
Yep.
Motion, please.
Move to accept.
Motion by Ms. Mulheron. Do I have a second?
Gladly, sir. I'll second it.
Second by Dr. Matos. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. This was our first consent agenda of the day. If you happen to be part of the approval of the consent agenda, don't go running back to your campuses. Please wait for the clerk to order from CIE because you may have contingencies. So if you have any questions, what I just said, just ask staff at break. Okay, number 5, Inter-American University of Puerto Rico, Orlando.
Move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion by Dr. Matos,
Second.
second by Ms. Bradley. We're in discussion, and we have somebody at the podium. Welcome.
Luis Sanchez, Secretary Director.
Nathan Adams with Holland and Knight.
Welcome. Good to see you, Nate. We haven't seen you for a while.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Glad your shoulder's feeling better. I had the same surgery, so I feel for you.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're a lot younger.
And healthier and skinnier, so. Okay, we're in discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you? So, obviously, you could tell from my last question, a revived interest in the Middle States institutions. So, and you are one of them. You've been licensed by this commission since 2008. So again, you've been here for quite some time. Are your programs, I mean, you include, are you 100% online, or how are your programs set up?
Okay, at this time we're 100% online. Before the pandemic, we used to teach 2 programs, 50% on-site and the other 50% online.
Are you going to go back?
Hopefully by January.
Okay. All right. And you're the director? Okay, so you're full-time
Yes,
at the Orlando campus?
correct.
Okay, great. So, first question, what is, and I know I can read it in the catalog, but can you put it in a nutshell? What is organizational change leadership? What will graduates be doing?
Well, it's a program that is focused on students that want to go into an organization and provide, be an agent of change in organizational leadership. It's a master program that we are willing to offer 30 credits right now.
Okay, and so they would come in and help, and like a management consultant type thing?
Correct.
Okay, okay. All right, well, that's very interesting. So again, so your Okay, your enrollment is pretty healthy. Are all of those students Florida students?
Yes, we only count Florida students.
You only count Florida students, but do you have students located elsewhere?
No, for the record, we only serve Florida students.
That's it.
Students that reside in other states, if they want to enroll, they have to enroll through the Puerto Rico campuses.
Oh, I see. So you serve Florida students only, and if someone, say, from Ohio wants to enroll in your school, they have to go through the Puerto Rico?
Correct.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. So now, do you share faculty with the Puerto Rico campus?
Yeah, online courses, the faculty is in Puerto Rico.
So all your faculty are in Puerto Rico?
No, we have a few faculty members that reside here in Orlando, but the majority of them are in Puerto Rico.
So if your students are all in Florida, what if somebody needs assistance? Can they come to the campus? How do you work that?
Well, they can come to the campus, or they can schedule a virtual meeting with a faculty member through Blackboard Collaborate.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
Do you have, in Puerto Rico, do you have an online division?
Each of the campuses has an online division, and the central office also has an online department, yes, for the support.
But the one in Puerto Rico is the dominant one, and they get all out of area from where you're located?
Well, we provide support in our Orlando office. Probably 95% of the problems we solve in Orlando. Sometimes we need to rely on Puerto Rico, but we in Orlando provide the support, yes.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Just a comment.
Yes.
I would recommend in your program outlines, you are outlining understanding of codes out of Puerto Rico. If you are servicing students in the state of Florida, my contingency is to delete that from your student learning outcomes for the branch campus in the United States. Okay?
Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, and also thank you to Ashley.
Number 7, Renaissance Health Institute, West Palm Beach.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheron,
A second.
second by Ms. Bradley. We're in discussion. Please introduce yourselves for the record.
Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Morning, Commissioners. Noldy Jean Lewis, President of Renaissance Health Institute.
Good morning, Commissioners. Christian Jean Lewis, Campus Director of Renaissance Health Institute.
Mr. Chair, I pulled this one and wanted to talk about the placement rate, and this kind of harkens back to the conversation or the discussion from this morning with Mr. Ferguson bringing up the imbalance of the retention rate being so strong and then the placement rate being low. And I know you have a placement plan in our summary, but I just wanted to have an update from you and find out if what has changed since this package was submitted, if you can provide some clarity on how things are going now.
Sure, certainly. The ADN program, we've improved from 33% to 61%. For the PN program, unfortunately, it's kind of, I'm sorry. Should I repeat myself?
No, you go ahead.
Okay,
I know this
okay.
camera's right in our way, but
Okay,
you go ahead.
I'm sorry. So for the PN program, the challenge is after the students graduate, it is hard to get them to come back and do the exit exam and do the NCLEX. Although we offer an NCLEX prep complimentary every Saturday for all of them, but it's been the biggest challenge to get them to come back, do the review, do the exit, so they can sit for the NCLEX. So as of today, we have 2 students. We know for sure, we've contacted them. They are pending, they are waiting to take the NCLEX, but prior to that, we didn't have any testers for the PN program.
Okay.
So that's why the placement rate is bad. I don't know if you are referring to the placement rate for PN or ADN.
Well, all of the challenging programs that you have with the placement, yes. So an update on all of them. And kind of going back to Mr. Kaiser's mentioning of the admissions requirements, are you integrating new entrance exams or?
Yeah, we are currently doing the HESI, but as part of our improvement plan, we're going to change it because it appears to me that it's accessible and the assessment is not accurate. So we are in the process of researching and see if we can use a better assessment test for placement.
And any other updates that you can share with us?
Absolutely. In terms of passing rate for the ADNs, we went from 38%, which was surprisingly very disappointing. Very disappointing. We went to 50%. We also have a few students who passed the board recently that has not reflected on Q2. So okay. I'm sure Q3 will be much better.
Well, and that's what I was curious if things had improved since you submitted this package. So
yeah,
that's good.
We had a few passing students for the ADN program.
Good. Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. Well, continue to follow your plan as diligently as possible to continue to improve not only the admissions piece, but the progression and then obviously once the students do graduate, which again, you don't have an issue with retention. Your retention is strong, but they're not passing and not placing into their careers, then it's an imbalance of too many students that are not, going to be successfully passing that exam unless there are strongholds within the program that can help elevate them, get them there.
Yeah, I'm expecting a big turnout because previously students were attending due to COVID, they were attending remotely, and that was, it adversely affected their learning.
Sure.
Yeah, because many of them, they never purchased their books, and, we would see them for a few minutes, then they disappear. So now it's going to be more regimental, and we expect the outcome to be much better.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you for the updates. I appreciate it.
Just to correct the record, Ms. Mulheron, I'm Mr. Cressito. I'm not Dr. Robert Kaiser or Dr. Arthur Kaiser.
No, I started saying doctor and then I said Mr. Cressito. Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem.
But you have some resemblance. I hope that Art is not listening to me right now, but there's some resemblance.
Yeah, well, they say married people start looking alike, people that work together.
Right.
Art, don't hold that against
Well,
me.
he's actually presiding over Nisiki today.
Oh, that's right.
He's not here.
He's not here today.
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
I feel that someone should defend Dr. Kaiser in this.
Okay, moving along, if there's any further discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
I have
Bradley.
a couple. Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
So I wanted to add, I guess, again, following along with the questions regarding your testing and your placement, you have programs other than nursing.
Yes, we have the home health aid program.
You have home health aid. Is that a popular program?
It is the least popular one, and also COVID affected it strongly because it used to be hands-on, but due to COVID since March of last year, we haven't done any enrollment for HHA because they have to come and do the practical aspect of it.
Right, I see. So right now, you have no students in
We
home
just
health?
resumed, so currently we have 6, but we just resumed. We are using only 2 students per instructor per clinical room, I'm sorry.
Well, right, with a short program like that and the need, I mean, there's a shortage of home health aides.
Yeah.
That should help pull your placement up some, because they should be pretty quick to be hired.
Yeah, we have home health agencies begging and emailing us on a daily basis, but it's just that in terms of enrollment, we don't have a lot of enrollees because the program was put on hold due to COVID.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I had another question about the online testing, and that was an issue for you.
Big time.
Okay, yes. Could you tell us about that?
Well, the online testing, we started to do, although we are using Respondus, students were still able to, I would say, do plagiarism because the assessment was not valid. And when they took the NCLEX, I was surprised because their score was high when they did the exit. We changed the exit exam from HESI to ATI, but being that they were being tested remotely, the assessment wasn't accurate. So now we made it a rule that they have to come in person.
That is the best decision you've made.
Thank you.
Definitely. Now, what about your other, you were specifically talking about your exit exam from the program. What about your other tests and exams that you have throughout the program?
They were all affected by remote testing because we used Respondus during COVID from March of last year until April of this year. Students were taking exams remotely. And although we used Respondus, they were still able to get around it, I would say, because when they took the NCLEX, it didn't reflect that they learned a lot.
Yes. So have you discontinued that practice?
Yes, we have. So currently what we are doing, we utilize ProctorU in conjunction with having professors on campus. So students have returned to the campus and everyone tests, everyone wears a mask, and they are proctored in person by their instructor, and they use ProctorU or Respondus. These are 2 different lockdown browser softwares. So we're utilizing both.
So the students are on campus
Correct.
as they test?
Yes.
That's very good. That's very good. Yeah, that's a constant issue with testing, being the online testing, but also sometimes the tests themselves. There's a lot of things out there on the internet, and so you have to, that's another battle that
Right.
institutions...
We were essentially trying to mitigate student safety with COVID in the beginning. The program quality, training quality, education quality has not been compromised, but as far as testing security, it was heavily compromised. Students got near perfect scores on tests in very short amount of time, and yeah, we have been challenged by a few students legally. They go and sit for the NCLEX and they are not successful. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, that's something that no matter what, I mean, it's not a logical thing that they would engage in that kind of practice while they're in the program, because you can't cheat the system when it comes to the NCLEX. You have to know it. So anyway, I'm glad that you're working with them all on campus. Another question I have, what's happening with ABHES?
We had our initial...
Could you get closer to
sorry.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
We attended the workshop, that was last year, but due to COVID and the availability of staff, we lost some, we actually lost our academic advisor and other staff members, so due to to the shortage, we had to delay the process. But now we have another issue with the passing rate that is not the best. So we're going to work on improving that, and also that's why we've hired the Ottawa group to assist us in the process, with the process, because we have to start all over.
Okay, so you don't currently have an application in?
No, we attended the workshop, but we have not submitted a formal application as of this time, but we intend to do so.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Mr. Ferguson?
Is your core nursing, is it online or on ground? The core portion of your nursing?
No, it's face-to-face. Yeah. The core portion is face-to-face. The program was always face-to-face, but due to COVID, we had to make some changes. And I'm sure we weren't the only one. Yeah, for the safety of students, we had to go online, but we have Auburn, we have Canvas, and we also use responders.
I'd like to add what we'll do if commission's okay, we'll do an on-site before we finish this one up. If that's okay with you guys.
I would like
I'm sorry.
I would like to see if commission can go through all of our schools and to find out when they're returning full-time.
Right.
Post-COVID. Is it the fall? Is it October? Is it January? So we have a better idea, because that's going to play a role when we start with our agendas.
Absolutely.
Coming up.
Sure, absolutely.
So that was a great point, Mr. Ferguson. Thank you.
And for that point, Mr. Castillo, if I may just ask the school, when do they intend to go face-to-face? They can tell us now?
We've resumed face-to-face since April. With precautions, we're following CDC recommendations, but we've resumed because it's very detrimental to the school. But keeping in mind that I was an infection control nurse for a few years, so I do practice CDC recommendations. So we don't have, we follow the rules in terms of social distancing. They wear masks. Many of our students are already working either as CNAs or LPNs, so most of them are vaccinated, but still we use precautions.
Okay, good for you. Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Number 8, Schiller International University, Tampa.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Second.
second by Nancy Bradley. I think we need another podium. Please all introduce yourselves for the record.
Good morning, Mr. Ferguson, Chair and Commissions. I'm Jane Parker. I am the Director of Accreditation and Compliance. And online, we have our CEO President, Dr. Marta Munez, who couldn't be here because they wouldn't let her fly out of Spain. So she apologizes to you. And we also have our CFO, Pablo, and we have our CFO advisor, Dan, and then we have our senior advisor, Dr. Manuel Alonso.
Okay, they're online, you're saying?
They're all online.
Okay, next person.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Victoria Bayman. I'm Chief Academic Officer. Manuel. Sorry. Manuel checking his mute. I'll start again. I'm Dr. Victoria Bayman, Chief Academic Officer and Provost at Schiller International. I am based in Madrid, but I am a Floridian, so I was able to be here in representation.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Christy DiGregorio, and I am the Assistant Director of Accreditation and Compliance.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Helen Alvarez. I'm the Campus Director at the Tampa campus.
Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Egan Hansen. I'm the Director of Financial Aid and Institutional Effectiveness.
Welcome.
Mr. Crescido, I pulled this one, and first of all, I just want to start out by saying I thought that the online summary was very comprehensive. I usually have lots of questions, and I don't have a lot of specific online questions other than your attendance description. There was something that just stood out to me that I thought was odd. I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk us through it. It just said, although Schiller is not required to take attendance and does not require faculty to take daily attendance, you still have an attendance policy, I read. But I just was curious, why are you not required to take attendance?
We do take attendance. It's not a requirement for the assessment in the sense that they're assessed on participation, they're assessed on their submissions, but they're not assessed on the basis of being in the classroom, in the physical classroom.
Yeah, it was just a little unclear, so you
Okay.
may want to just revise that.
Sure.
And it was just in the summary. It might not have been in the catalog itself, but it was just a little confusing when I was reading
Okay.
through the online summary. So, but otherwise, I thought it was very comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I had.
I have a couple questions, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Bradley.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. As I was reviewing your documents, I noticed there's a total, with all of your campuses, about 350 students. That's across, that's everything. Okay. And 19 in Florida, is that correct? Are you online or on ground or both?
Both. We have programs approved for 100% online and programs that are on site.
So the online, and that was another question I had. I'm just going to think about how you work it. Are all of your online students attending, are they all together, more or less? Are they, how does that go?
Yes, we have online programmatic accreditation, so we have some programs accredited in Tampa, and then we have just received very recently programmatic accreditation from Sarah to be on the Spanish campus and on the German campus to have programs on those campuses.
Okay, so you're participating in Sarah?
Yes.
I'd also noticed as a list of campuses and there was a column for online. What does that mean?
Distance learning, I think.
Oh, I know
Yes.
that, but I mean, is that a separate designation for you? Or?
Go ahead.
Sorry. That's to let anyone that's reviewing the catalog as a prospective student to know that that program is offered online.
Okay, because it looked as though, and I apologize because I need to go back and find where I saw that. It was more like columns of this campus, this campus, this campus,
That's
online.
what that is a chart of what programs are offered at each campus and the fact if they're offered online or not.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is.
All right, so the online designation or the approval to offer a program online is linked to is approval at various campuses?
Yes, all of our campuses currently are approved for online.
Okay, so sorry, and your programs are taught in English, I read, 100%
Yes.
in English. So if I were a student in Germany and I'm in a class, whatever, would I be in the same class as the Florida students or the Spain, the students from Madrid? Would they all be in the same class, online?
If they're in the distance learning program, they may be with some other students. But
Right.
if they're in the on-site program, they are only with the local students.
Okay, because, I mean, with the small cohorts, it makes sense that, and if online modality for that program is approved at a particular campus, then that makes sense that they would be together.
Yes.
So currently you're ACICS accredited. What are your plans, future plans with accreditation?
Yes. We're working with ACCSC, and then we also started working with WASC. So we're actually have the letters which I forwarded to CIE to move forward with both.
Okay, so you're pursuing both to determine which is going to be better, or?
No, we wanted, well, I don't know if you're familiar with the 5-year plan that we have with new ownership as of last February.
I remember the
Yes.
new ownership, uh-huh.
Right. And part of that plan was at that time, that was where the end result, we wanted to be regionally accredited, which of course isn't regional anymore. As we know, it's all national, but that was what we wanted to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're currently pursuing WASC and ACCSC.
Yeah, WASC, as you know, is a longer process, and ACCSC is a shorter process.
Okay. All right. And of course, you'll keep the commission up to date.
Yes,
on
I send
everything.
my person over there, Cheryl, I send her letters when we get them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have a question. The financial that's submitted, is that for all the schools?
Our CFO's online, but I believe that what was submitted was for Tampa, and then the full picture. I don't know if, Pablo?
Yeah, the audit report and the financial review report are for all the schools, but the 605 and 606 was for Tampa. Yeah.
Okay, so the financials are for all the schools. Is that correct?
The audit report and the financial review, yeah.
The audited report of the financial review.
Okay. Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for the folks that are here, and thank you for the folks that are online with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very much.
Okay, it's 10:42. We are going to take the Judy Rogers 15-minute break.
Thank you.
42-minute slate, so we're going to recess for 15 minutes.
Righty then.
Ready?
I am.
I saw you glaring over, making sure my microphone was on.
It'd be working.
Okay, I believe we're at F, applications for license by means of accreditation. We have one institution, West Coast University, Doral.
Move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
I think that sounded like a motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll second that.
Motion by Dr. Matos,
Second?
second by Ms. Bradley. We're in discussion. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning. Joshua Padron, Executive Director for West Coast University in Doral. On the phone is Dr. Claudette Spalding, the Dean of the Campus for Nursing, and Mr. Todd Andrews, Director of Finance.
Okay, welcome. And you have Mr. Harris along with you. He has us trained so well that we introduce him. Okay, I have a motion, a second. We're in discussion.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Dr. Padron. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Excellent, thank you.
Really good. Thank you. Do you have just the one location?
We have the one location in Florida, that's correct, in Doral.
In Doral, okay. And that 1,500 plus students are all in Doral?
That's correct.
Okay. And you offer nursing only?
Correct.
Okay, very good. How do you handle your online portions? Your online?
So the online portion, I'm going to go ahead and ask Dr. Spalding to chime in. We do have our own professors teaching the online portion, but I'll have her. Dr. Spalding, are you available?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Good morning, everyone.
Good question.
I'm Dr. Claudette Spalding, Dean for Nursing at West Coast in Miami. We are handling our remote currently, starting in the summer. Up until that point, up until summer of 2021, we were totally remote. In the summer, we brought our students and faculty and staff back at 50%. So what that meant was that as let's say a student is taking fundamentals, we split the class 50-50, and the first week 50% of the students would attend, and the second week the students that were remote attended school. And so we did that throughout the entire term, so that it gave everybody an opportunity to be back in the classroom, which I feel is so valuable, and our students do so much better when they are back in the classroom. We had hoped that come fall, we would be able to be back 100%, but as everybody knows, the pandemic seems to be with us, and so we're going to remain currently, that's our decision as of right this moment, to remain 50-50. All the students wear a mask. They are 3 feet away from each other, circular, so in front and back and on each side. And they come to class, and following class, they go home. They like it very much. We've had so many positive responses from our students about how much they enjoy being back in the classroom. And clinical, for those hospitals that allow us to go back, and not all of our clinical partners have done that yet, we are sending students back to the clinical area. Again, with full PPE equipment required by the hospitals, and the students on the whole are happy for that. We are starting to see a possible issue with vaccination. Some of our students do not want to be vaccinated. And we have 2 hospitals of all of our clinical partners who are requiring that students be vaccinated to return to the hospital. So we may have to be doing some remote clinical work, as we had been doing for a year when the pandemic was at its worst. Do you have any questions?
No, you've done a good job of summarizing your practice, and so bottom line is you're trying to get everybody back on campus
Correct.
full-time.
That is correct.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I'm good.
Mr. Chairman, can I add one thing very quickly?
No.
Mr. Ferguson, you mentioned earlier today about the need for looking at nursing programs. I can tell you this, the program that Dr. Padron and his staff have put together at West Coast University is a perfect example of what a nursing program could and should look like. A couple years ago, their passing score in the NCLEX was 98, and they have a lot of the same kind of students that other institutions have. I invite you to come. I haven't asked Dr. Padron yet, but I invite you to come down and see this incredible program that they have and how they deal with students from beginning to end. It's a really good example.
It's just, if other schools would do the same thing, their nursing scores are great. So obviously they're doing something right. And I haven't seen the FBI in there, so.
Thank goodness, yes.
Absolutely. I mean, they deserve kudos, but they're a perfect example of an institution that obviously is doing something the right way and have been since, 2016, 2017, if you go all the way back.
If I can add, their front-end process is extremely selective, number one, and number two, the tools that they use is any of the tools that all of the other nursing schools have. They just manage it very cautiously.
Yeah, that's so true.
So, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Ferguson, but.
And, they also have had their ASIN and the Western Association accreditation for a while, which, so obviously they know something. And it's just a shame that we don't have more like that.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will also say that it's nice to have somebody that can come up there and answer questions.
Annual review of license by means of accreditation, 1 through 11. We can take this by consent.
So moved, Mr. Chair, and that is a motion.
I have a motion by Dr. Matos.
Second.
Second by Dr. Kitchens. We're in discussion for consent. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Ms. Mulhern,
I have none.
which one?
None.
Okay.
Sorry.
Dr. Matos?
I have none.
Dr. Kitchens?
I have none.
Ms. Bradley?
None.
Okay, the chair has number 2. Just to make sure. We'll go for approval on items 1, 3 through 11.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
A motion by Dr. Matos.
Second.
Second by Dr. Kitchens. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Again, as I said earlier with the consent, running back to your schools and make your changes. Number 2, Ave Maria School of Law in Naples. I pulled this one. I have a concern with their financials and keeping them at license by means of accreditation. I feel that they need to be dropped down to provisional because of substantive change with their financials. I believe it was, 300,000 with capital?
Yes.
And I also have an issue too with their financial statements as well. Is there somebody on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
My name is John Zarnetsky. I'm the new Dean and Chief Executive Officer of Ave Maria School of Law.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be here.
Would you like to address the shift in your, I believe, working capital of 300,000?
Yes. First, I believe that the number last year was approximately 90,000. This year, it's 343,474. Some events have occurred since the financial statement on which these numbers are based was prepared. We've had donations this year of $6 million above what we normally bring in. And so our donations normally are in the $2 million range, and this year we brought in between $8 and $9 million. Moreover, we believe that $343,000, while not an insignificant figure, is a relatively small variance in comparison to our budget. We have increased tuition a bit this year. Our admission statistics are improved over last year. We anticipate enrolling a class that is between 10 and 20% greater number of students with higher admission statistics, so without sacrificing the quality of the students. Furthermore, our discount rate, the amount of actual net tuition that students pay, is also greatly improved over last year. So the combination of increased tuition, a lower discount rate, as well as a significant increase by 300% in our donations this year, give us a great deal of comfort with regard to the financial situation. Moreover, as is noted in the financial improvement plan, Ave Maria School of Law has various sources of liquidity at its disposal, including both the cash and cash equivalents that are noted on the financial statement, but also short-term operating loans from our founder and primary benefactor.
Okay. Also, besides the 300,000, your current ratio is not 1-to-1, and these are based on your June 30th, 2020 email or financial statements. And the way your accountant displays, I could not back into those numbers because they listed all the assets together and all the liabilities together. They didn't split them out between current assets and current liabilities. And so I was trying to back into the numbers and I could not do that. To me, that's an issue. And also that you're not at 1-to-1. And then my second issue, actually third issue, I apologize. When I'm looking at the year-over-year comparison, there's a section in here, and I will show staff what I'm talking about so you can follow up with them. There's a section under, where is it? It's under your P&L, where you have the same expenses in both years. It looked like it was cut and paste. And I mean, when you have exactly the same for instruction, auxiliary, student services, and academic support 1 year over the next year, it seems a little odd. Wait a second, I might be reading this wrong. Hold on a second. I apologize, I'm reading that part wrong. That was a total column. It was blacked out because of a photocopy. Okay, never mind on that one. But with the first two issues, we could bring you down to provisional. When is your audit going to be completed?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I don't have that information. I will get back to you today with that.
I'm just wondering, before we drop them back, can we just do a licensure delay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Would you entertain doing a licensure delay, and then maybe we'll get your financials, or your accountant can do some type of preliminary financials to show all the great things you've done in this past year? Would you entertain that?
Yes, we would entertain that, Mr. Chairman, gratefully.
Okay, sir, I just need to advise you that you do have a right to a decision on your application today. However, based on the comments of the commission, you also have the right to waive your right to a decision and come back at the next meeting, hopefully with additional documentation. I cannot advise you which course to choose, but if you do wish to waive, I need you to say that you agreed to waiving the 90 days.
Well, it's not an excuse, but by way of explanation, this is my first meeting, and so I wish to understand precisely what it is that a waiver would entail. That does not mean that we are all of a sudden unlicensed or anything.
You would you would remain as licensed by means of accreditation. Basically, by agreeing to it, the commission would not take action on your school today, because if we did take action, we would remove you from license by means of accreditation and put you in a provisional status. By extending it out 90 days, that affords you the time to get with your accountants another 3 months to be able to produce additional, most recent financials that can show the law school in a better financial condition than what we have in front of us today.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I inferred that that was the case, but I just wanted to be certain before taking a position. So, yes, I do waive the right to a decision today, and will gratefully supply you with whatever information you need.
Okay, great. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
And if you get that in, we'll get you back on the September agenda if you can get it in.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Application for program approvals and modification, items 1 through 15.
Move to consent.
Can I just say something first?
No.
I would like to say that I'm associated employee of Southeastern College, West Palm Beach, and also Miami Lakes, items 13 and 14.
Go ahead.
Now go ahead, Ms. Mulheron.
Numbers 13 and 14, no, I'm just kidding. I'd like to pull number 3 and number 4, please.
Okay, first we're going to do the consent agenda.
Move to consent first, please.
Let me help Lynn. We're going to move to consent. I'm going to second that one.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Mulheron. We have a second by Dr. Matos. Discussion. Hearing none for consent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Ms. Mulheron, would you like to pull any?
Numbers 3 and 4.
3, 4.
I'll send that to you in a minute.
Dr. Matos?
I'm looking. No, none.
Dr. Kitchens?
None.
Ms. Bradley? Take your time.
No, that's none.
None?
Nothing new.
Okay, so for approval, we have 1, 2, 5 through 14.
Move to accept staff recommendation on noted schools.
A motion by Dr. Matos, second
Second.
by Ms. Mulheron. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. So we got that done. So we are going to break for lunch. Please, let's try to keep it 1 hour because we want to be on a tight timeline today. I just want to drag it out till maybe 5 o'clock for Esther. So, but you can have, there's on the first floor here, what is it, La Hacienda? There's a lunch. Go out this door, make a right, there's another door, and then there's lunch in there. So let's just try to keep it down to 1 hour.
Mr. Chair, there is a write-in, it's number 15.
Oh,
It's Instituto Margoni. Instituto Margoni.
are they here? Are you
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need you right now.
here? Yeah.
But just, I was telling that you're on the agenda.
Okay. Have lunch. Okay.
Come back.
Yay.
Okay.
I had
That
50.
helps me.
The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Ms. Hood, can I take this home and use it at home and also at my office? You won't let me do that, are you? Okay.
Do you know how long we've had that thing? Honestly. Did you read it? Read it.
State Board of Independent Post-Secondary Vocational Technical Trade and Business School.
When I go, that's going with me.
Okay, where we left off in the last section, we did leave a school off, and that's Istituto Margione, Miami campus. Come on up, fellas. I know I killed it, but.
That was number 15.
Good afternoon, Stephen Ikello, Campus Director.
Good afternoon, Massimo Casagrande, Dean of Fashion.
No, for the record, Bob Harris is with them. Okay, this is on your addendum or your zip drive one, so. Chair will entertain a motion.
I'm sorry, sir, so moved.
I have a motion by
Me.
Dr. Matos,
Second?
second by Ms. Mulheron. We are in discussion. I just have to say, it's pretty, I don't want to say it's pretty cool, but it's nice to see, like when you guys first started, and you're going step by step by step by step, and it's all improvement, and you're getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and it's nice to see that. So, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, I hope none of you have anything bad to say about them. So. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, guys.
If I can just say something.
Yes.
All these steps and improvement, it's also thanks to you guys, so thank you for supporting us with this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, at least since you waited, you got to eat lunch. So. Here you go back to the other agenda now. Okay.
Extension of license.
Mr. Chair, we had numbers 3 and 4.
3 and 4 to do.
Okay, the consent. College of Business and Technology.
Uh-huh.
College of Business and Technology, Miami, can we take 3 and 4?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anybody here? Can you please introduce yourself from College of Business and Technology, Miami and Cutler Bay?
Hi, good afternoon. Ireno, President and CEO.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
We have a motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Second.
second by Nancy Bradley. We're in discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I pulled this one, and this is a very simple question. I just didn't see anything in the materials of what CBT stood for. I didn't want to assume it was College of Business and Technology, because then it would be College of Business and Technology, Technology Institute. So is that what CBT stands for?
It's actually, originally it did, but at the moment, it goes around our programs, which are construction, business, and technology. But originally, our name was College of Business and Technology, but because it was such a generic name many years ago, we decided to make it for brand awareness and obviously for internet and SEO. We just ended up shortening it to CBT and then just add the word college. But right now, we're just keeping it because it's around the programs that we have. and that we offer.
Okay, so so CBT does stand for College of Business and Technology, and you want technology in the name twice for whatever reason.
We don't expand it per se. We just call ourselves CBT College.
But your name changes to CBT Technology Institute, correct?
Correct.
So you
It
really.
will be known as CBT Technology Institute. It wouldn't be broken down anywhere where we have our any literature. It would be extended. It's just a three-letter name. It's like calling us ABC Institute.
CBT Institute.
Yeah, they're just keeping the brand up. They've been licensed for so long. They're just keeping the CBT and adding technology, so when they advertise, people can see it's technology.
People know that it's technology.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, I was just curious if you realized that technology was in the title twice, then if that was the case, but that's your choice. So, thank you. Nothing further.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Ms. Bradley.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So my question has to do with your ACICS accreditation. Are you planning to make any changes?
Yes, we started the process earlier this year, and we're in the application process with COE.
Okay. Have you, so you're in the applicant
Yes.
stage? Have you had a visit?
No, not yet.
Okay. Well, please keep the commission informed as you move through the process.
Of course.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you for joining us.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
So that's for that section. We are on I, correct? Motion for extension of license, items 1 through 7. We could take this in
Move to consent, Mr. Chair.
consent by Dr. Matos,
Second?
second by Ms. Mulheron. Discussion for consent. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Ms. Mulheron,
I have none.
Dr. Matos,
I'll pass.
Dr. Kitchens,
None.
Ms. Bradley?
No, none.
Okay. Chair will entertain a motion for items 1 through 7.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Second.
second by Dr. Kitchens. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Getting closer.
I know.
Advanced Science International College, Miami Lakes. This is for a denial.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Ms. Bradley.
I'll second that.
I have a second by Dr. Matos. We're in discussion. We have somebody on the line. Can you please introduce yourselves for the record?
Yes, I'm Pablo Perez, Director of Education of Advanced Science International College.
Welcome.
I'm Dr. Pablo J. Perez, Director of ASI College.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ferguson, would you like to explain this one, sir?
I think comments are self-explanatory there with the NCLEX scores on the ASN program. All of that is attached.
Is there any further discussion? Does the institution have any comments?
Yes, we do. First of all, our NCLEX scores in the 2018 period was 100%. On 2019, we had certain difficulties, one of them being the fact that we have no control over our students once they graduate. They go into what's called the magical gurus. When the instructors taught them correctly, they passed all their classes, they passed all their HESI examination. They've done everything. They passed 2 out of 3 HESI examinations in order to be able to exit the course. Apart from that, they were prepared, NCLEX preparatory. The first group did what they were supposed to do. They did the exams quick. We had a 100% in 2018. 2019, we saw difficulty because students were taking their time taking the exams, sometimes 6, 7, 8, 9 months after the fact. In March of that same year, 2019, we didn't wait for the problems. We immediately started the NRP, the Nursing Remediation Plan, and so far it's been working. In 2020, we were affected by 2020 with the negative because there's no control over how long a student can go without having to take a remediation. 464008 is not enforced here in Florida. So a student doesn't need to do any remediation even if they're outside the college, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. We have no control to pull them back in. So many of those students has failed and we've offered them free remediation. We're now using Kaplan Complete in order to get all the students even more prepared for the NCLEX RN. So we haven't abandoned those students, and those, right now we have a 50, out of all the graduates from 2018 to current, we have a 57% that are now 100% placement working as nurses. The remaining 12 students, out of the remaining 12 students, we're calling them to come to us to help them out, and they're passing on the second or third time, but they're not responding. We have no control over them. Now, one thing of the NCLEX pass rates, we were not able to graduate any students in 2020. What you're seeing there are students that are appearing 16, 23 months later just taking the exam. COVID-19 destroyed any method of us implementing the NRP to be able to graduate students with the influence of our NRP. The Kaplan Complete, the whole process, every action. Right now we even upgraded from 63% in the Kaplan, which our students are passing, to a 66% to make it even harder, which is recommended by Kaplan, just a 61%. Now, 3 things affected our students. The first one was, and why we weren't able to graduate any students in 2020. 1, Hurricane Dorian affected our vital clinical rotations in Puerto Rico. The second one was the earthquakes. And finally, when we thought we were out in the clear and our students can do their clinical rotations and graduate after passing the NCLEX, the preparatory, nope, COVID comes in and damages all our hospitals, all our clinical sites. Thanks to the actions taken by the Florida Board of Nursing and the governors in Florida, we were able to do most of our clinicals online. That actually helped. And then we could move them forward to the NCLEX preparatory, which we changed from HESI to Kaplan. Now, right now, we have 14 students that have graduated and they're preparing to take the exam. But we have no control over the students that take 6, 7 months. Literally, we're forced to, 1, bribe our students. And what do I mean by that? The moment that they graduate, we've basically given them incentive. That's called bribing, where we've had to tell them, please, if you take the exam as early as possible, within the first 60 to 90 days, the first 2 or 3 months, we will pay all your expenses that you had to do to take the exam at that period. Now, we haven't been able to show this in 2020 because COVID-19, everything was closed. Yet some students took the exams in certain areas, and since we haven't been able to graduate, we're just being affected by the same students. There's no way for us to defend these points. There's no way. The Florida Board of Nursing, when we explained this to them, they didn't care. They didn't bother to listen to that part. They said, oh, it's a national event, but we're unique in the sense that many of those schools were not affected by the hurricanes in Puerto Rico, their clinical sites, and clinical rotations are vital to produce good nurses. We all know that. And we all know that as educators, students that take more than 2 or 3 months before taking the exams will have diminishing outcomes when it comes to the NCLEX. That is something that is constant.
It's got nothing to do with the new program.
What new program?
No, we are talking about the Associate of Science in Nursing, the Bachelor in Science in Nursing.
If there's somebody else speaking, we cannot hear you.
I'm sorry. My Director of Education is talking about the situation with the Associate of Science in Nursing. The Bachelor of Science in Nursing that was approved already by our accrediting commission, we stopped that application. We informed that on time, and the moment we saw the difficulties with our students, we decided also to stop Bachelor in Science in Nursing, not go to nobody else, but to concentrate in these graduates who are not passing and the new graduates that have, and we have enforced all conditions to pass. We have been 24 years dedicated to our community. We were desperate in 2020. No other word can explain this, to finish students. But as my Director of Education explained, clinical rotations are vital. It's a violation of nursing if we don't finish that on time. And we tried everything. That's why we said, stop the Bachelor in Science in Nursing, concentrate in the Associate of Science in Nursing, and work more. We have a fantastic team. We have a fantastic dedication. So let me pass to my Director of Education again these explanations about the Associate of Science in Nursing that we thought was...
It's just like all these other schools.
Is it Associate of Science or Bachelor in Science?
Start another one. If I might, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, you think the new program, you weren't successful with the old program, but yet you think the new program is going to make you successful in terms of graduating and getting these students past the NCLEX. I guess my question is, if you couldn't control the students in the old program, what are you doing with the students if you had a new program? I mean, we see this all the time, and basically, and again, with all due respect, what I think staff sees and what we see is that you close out an old program, apply for a new one, you get a new NCLEX number, and you can start over. And, unfortunately, those days are gone, I think, up to the commission, but I don't know that a new program is going to alleviate any of the issues you had with your old one.
I would like to add something to the new program when we were working. We were trusting at that time in 2020 that the situation was coming under control. And today, the new program that we have stopped, we have been changing their conditions for the future. Let me add this. They are blocking tests. They are the strongest entrance exam. The board of professionals analyzing them is stronger. And we said, let's retire this precisely to avoid that type of situation that we were trying to continue in a program related to the Associate of Science, the Bachelor in Science. There's a little confusion here due to the explanations because we were already under the assumption that the Bachelor in Science in Nursing were going to be stopped. It was approved on December, even before all the schools in Florida were saying they are not going to be put on probation, nobody. There was a motion to go to June, and we really said, what we have done, we will produce results. So we continue working at that time, a step by the step. In 24 years, we have never done nothing to justify one program with the other. Let me remind you, Mr. Ferguson, of one situation about our attitude. We had a student, and you send us a letter, and even we've worked for that student that at that time graduated and today is working on the field. We go step by step always, just giving an answer for you. So the Bachelor in Science was detained, and we are still working in changing and making more profound for the future in the Bachelor in Science. We are now concentrated in this situation with the Associate of Science in Nursing. That's what we are doing, completely concentrated on that.
Where are y'all located? Where are the two of you?
We're here in Miami Lakes, Florida.
Okay. My question is, since you're so passionate about this, why aren't you here at the meeting in person?
The director is currently, right now, he's actually running a fever. He's talking here sick in the whole process. Yesterday we took him to get the COVID examination to see if everything's okay. So we're still waiting on the results.
Okay, about the two of you.
This is the two of us. The director of the school. I'm the director of education.
Okay.
I'm basically maintaining myself in quarantine to see if he comes positive. We're here in this area.
Okay. Well, we're gonna move forward in our direction. You'll be able to challenge the clerk order once it's sent to you. And you want to explain that?
The question that we have here is this for the licensing in Associate of Science and Nursing, or is this towards the Bachelor of Science? Because we were under the understanding that the Bachelor of Science was already denied. We couldn't continue with it.
This is for
We're confused in that sense.
This is for the new program of Bachelor of Science in Nursing.
So it has nothing to do with the Associate of Science in Nursing?
No.
So the licensing for the Associate of Science in Nursing is not affected?
Not yet.
All right.
Looks like it's coming.
Okay.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion. No, I have the motion. There's no further discussion. Call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Would you like to explain what will be forthcoming?
Sir, after this meeting, you'll receive what's called a clerked order. It will explain why you were denied and your availability to appeal that decision if you want. But again, just to clarify, this is only in regards to the Bachelors of Science. This has nothing to do with the Associates, at least for now.
Thank you. We were under the impression that this was for the Associates. We were under the impression that the Bachelor had already been stopped. But thank you very much for your time. That explains a lot more. You were surprised. Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Bob, we could take 2 and 3 together, or do we have to take them separately?
We need to take them separately. Take number 2, take a break, then do number 3.
Well, if we take a break, then that's going to be tomorrow morning.
These meetings used to be 2.5 days.
Yeah, so do I. Okay, come on up, City College. This is Altamont Springs.
Fort Lauderdale.
Are we taking
No,
2 and 3 or 2
We're
and then
taking
3?
2, and then we're taking 3,
A, B, and whatever.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Come on up and introduce yourselves.
Esther Curry, currently in advisor status.
Jerry Rosenberg, President and CEO.
Sarah Buckow, Chief Operating Officer.
Hello, Chani Schneck, Chief Financial Officer.
Jennifer Newham, Director of Compliance and Accreditation.
Bob Harris. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
After 30 years, I've really never seen Esther smile this much. It's going to have problems. Why don't you tell us about your organization? I know you're based out of Brooklyn.
We are.
That's a plus, at least in my book.
I don't know about the last year, but we've been operating a successful healthcare-oriented trade school in New York for quite a long time. Also was a conversion from a not-for-profit to a for-profit from a hospital in Brooklyn. We really are our genesis. We're not traditional school operators. My background's healthcare. I'm a physician assistant and a paramedic, and I started as a paramedic instructor. My team's been with me a long time. Sarah's been working with me for 18 years. And we sort of evolved from healthcare providers to healthcare educators. Going all the way back to 9/11 when I was there as a paramedic, and we had a group of paramedic students at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and that day when the buildings collapsed. And I remember at that graduation, our medical director had said, until 9/11, we knew we were heroes, and after 9/11, everyone else figured it out. Mm-hmm. And that has sort of been, I was one of those soot people. That's really what drives us, is careers in healthcare. It's all about outcomes. It's all about jobs. If it's not a real career with a real license at the end of it, we don't teach it. And we adjust to the waxes and wanes of the job market. And about 2 years ago, I told Bob Harris, who provides legal services for us in New York, that our school was at a mature point and it was time to look to expand our business. And he said, well, I know this really wonderful school in Florida and the owners are looking to retire. And we came down in May of 2019 and it took a while. COVID didn't help. USDOE didn't help. But at least CIE works. And we thought it was a great synergistic relationship that was going to be created. It's a really complementary school. We have similar programs. We both have ABHES accreditation. We both use Bob Harris. And my origin was in EMS. They've got EMS programs in every campus. And we see a bright future continuing we have phenomenal outcomes in our existing school. And we're going to continue the legacy that goes back to 1896, but Esther's not that old. But in the late 80s, when her and her husband, 1984 and then 1988, and they built a legacy, and we hope to continue it.
Good. Welcome. 3 out of 4 is not bad. The Bob Harris one is kind of sketchy.
Yeah.
But welcome. The chair will entertain a motion on number 2.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Lynn Mulharen.
Second.
Second by Ms. Bradley. We're in discussion.
I have something to say, and I'm just going to say it publicly because I've told Esther many, many times. I started at Dragons College of Business. I was an admissions officer, and I had the honor of seeing Mr. C.M. Fike and Esther walk to the door as the new owners of the school. And that gives me great pressure that that day marked the day that I would become who I am today. You taught me everything that I know about education, the ethics of education, the ethics of doing business, the feeling of going to bed every day and doing the right thing. And I will never, ever forget that. I am always indebted to you and CM for making me the woman that I am and the professional in higher education that I am in the state.
Okay. Very nice. Well put. Any further discussion on number 2? I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Number 3, which is the larger transaction of the group. I will say this, Facebook is just a wonderful thing. Esther and somebody else posted a picture, I think it was from graduation, wasn't it? And she was talking about this transaction. She's so excited. And me being me had to make a comment saying, it's not over yet. We still have to vote. So don't get too happy. But as with Ilya and a lot of people here, except for the youngins back over there, we share a long history with City College, with CM and Esther. You know, I think used to take a lot of road trips with CM, and those were unforgettable. I can't talk about them, but they were unforgettable. But he was a good teacher to us all. And the good part is part of me will be your neighbor in Fort Lauderdale. So maybe I'll get to see you. And sad day of saying goodbye to Esther, and you know, and that's a chapter closed. So best of luck to you all. Okay. The chair will entertain a motion.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
We have a motion from Nancy Bradley,
And I am going to second it.
and we have a second from Dr. Matos. We are in discussion. Everything was well done with the submission, so I don't think we have any questions with the materials that were submitted. So I'm going to go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Congratulations.
Just want to thank you and say two things. We look forward to working with you, and we're not letting Esther go anywhere that quickly. She'll be around for a while.
Which one of you are to be in Fort Lauderdale, or any of you?
We're all going to be there as often as we can, which is pretty often.
Okay.
Thank you.
You always come over and say, crawl through the bushes and come over and say hey. So, okay.
Tell them we don't eat New York salsa.
Salsa is not made in Brooklyn. Leave Brooklyn out of it.
We don't eat New York salsa.
Okay, number 4, Concord Career Institute, Jacksonville.
So move to accept staff recommendation, sir.
The motion by Dr. Matos,
Second.
second by Nancy Bradley. We're in discussion.
I have one question of clarification.
You got people
And
here.
they come. Sure.
Come on, introduce yourself for the record.
Good afternoon, Ray Riley, the campus president.
Welcome.
Hello, Bernie Barania, Dean.
Welcome.
Hi, Deborah Weininger, Regional Vice President of Operations and Tampa Campus President. Sorry about that.
Hi. So I am going to, please let us know the online delivery, and I want to hear from your words. How are you going to deliver the program?
The online will be on a blended format.
So dental hygiene is going to be offered in a blended format, the
Yeah.
core courses?
Yes,
And how are the students going to be able to do their practices? Their practical hours?
the practical hours will be on campus.
So will is the core online?
I can help him out here.
Thank
So
you.
the didactic is done online, and then all of the theory and lab is done in the clinic. So we are operating, the clinic has been ready for over a year.
So what percentage, on a ratio of didactic online versus skills labs and clinical, what percentage will be offered
Yeah,
online?
all the skills labs and clinicals are done on site. So it's the didactic, the theory.
And how many hours is that going to be?
I can't tell, I don't know offhand. I don't know that it could
Tyler,
be.
is 88. I think it's 88.
88% of the didactic.
88% of the didactic hours are going to be offered online.
Do you have that?
Okay,
That doesn't sound right.
right.
Well, of the theory hours, not of the total program, of the theory hours.
So you're talking if you have core classes that have theory, that's going to be online?
So all of the gen eds are online.
That's I'm fine with.
Okay.
How
And
about
then-
the core?
So now that you get to the actual dental hygiene, there is theory and then there's lab and practical. All the lab and practical are done on site. That's per CODA. And then what CODA approved would be the amount of theory. I don't know the percentage right off the top of my head.
Okay,
So the program has already been submitted to CODA for approval?
Well, ours has been, so I am going by what Tampa was approved at, so once we approve it here, then it goes to CODA. So they need state approval before they look at it.
I mean, I do know that CODA approves, they do approve online, but.
But we don't necessarily approve
Correct.
core online.
And CODA was doing it for
while. Deb, may I? I just want to ask Deb a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Is this the identical program to Tampa?
It's Tampa and Orlando. It's identical. It's the
They're
same program.
identical. And you say Tampa has been approved by CODA?
Yeah, well, everything was done, and it goes to the commission, which is meeting next week. So we'll get our final approval next week.
So is the program structured with the online identical to Jacksonville?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if we can ask the associated question, but does the commission office have on site the approval of the program for Tampa and Orlando from CODA?
Not from CODA. CODA's coming this week, or excuse me, next week.
No, but you said that it's approved in Tampa and Orlando.
It will be finally approved. We had our site visits. We're just waiting for the final commission approval. So it went through all the site visits.
Okay, so it hasn't been approved. Okay, point of clarification.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. I don't know. I mean, I have had conversations with CODA, and I know that at one point they were allowing online because of COVID, but I know that at the same time they were reverting some of their language and the criteria, hence my questioning this afternoon. So I'm a little concerned, especially when the program has not been fully approved by CODA.
Right.
This is step one.
And I'm concerned,
Hold on.
Anytime we're a core program such as this is, I'm okay with the gen eds being online, but not the core.
Right.
And
If I can suggest something, Mr. Chair, because the program seems to be the same for Tampa and Orlando, and Tampa and Orlando are going to be hosting a visit, maybe we can move this to a later date.
Well, why don't we approve this?
I was going to say, we've already had our visit.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
We could go ahead and approve this, but not the core, any of the core online.
I'm okay with that.
So, and if we had an oversight, I don't want to hold them up at all, we can approve the program, but not the online part of it.
Okay, that's a good one.
Because if we push them, then they can't get it on the agenda. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm okay with that, sir.
So I have a question. If we've already submitted our blended program to CODA and everything is in good standing for Orlando and Tampa, are you saying you're going to remove that approval for the?
We might, for this school, we are just going to do the core. If that one slipped by us, which it could easily have done, and that will probably bring it up in the future for further discussion.
Okay.
But I would just keep sailing the way you are right now.
Okay.
So.
Have you hired a CODA, have you hired a director for CODA? That was one of the requirements?
Absolutely.
You hired him since July 14th?
I'm sorry?
You've hired someone since July 14th?
For?
Our school.
Oh.
For the Jacksonville school, no. We have 3 interviews set up this week, final interviews with one strong candidate we're really leaning towards.
That's required for CODA, though.
Well, we haven't
Are you
submitted.
having the full-blown accreditation, or you're just having the consultative visit?
Okay, step one for Jacksonville
Okay,
is
so it's
to get state
consultative.
approval. Then we hire our program director,
Yeah.
and then we file the CODA application.
Yeah, consultative then. Okay.
Okay. So,
So consultative, they can take a look at the program and say, we don't like it this way, we recommend that you do it this XYZ way, and if they continue in open communication with the commission, then we can know how they're working with CODA and putting together the program.
okay. Right, we already have a motion. You want to make that as a contingency?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever I said.
Basically, whatever I said prior to.
Yeah.
So.
I'm sure somebody was taking notes.
Okay, is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks, cheers.
Number 5, Florida Coastal School of Law, Jacksonville.
I'm Peter Goplerud, President and Dean of Florida Coastal School of Law.
Audrey Kaplan, Counsel to Florida Coastal School of Law.
Mr. Ferguson, what are we doing here, sir?
Well, I was getting ready to say, I just, as a matter of fact, yesterday, I believe, I finally got from USDOE the filings that where you guys had filed, an estoppel or whatever you did. I just got that from the department. You'd sent it to me, a week, 2 weeks ago, whenever. So at this point, we're waiting, number one, to see where we go with that. Audrey, help us out a little bit. The change of ownership and what have go through that a little bit if you would.
Right. Do you want to?
I think, Mr. Ferguson, I think I can walk through that. As I think you're aware, back in November, the department sent us, finally, after 4 years of waiting and being on month-to-month program participation agreement for Title IV, they sent us a 3-year renewal. But for the first time in the history of the school, required Sterling Capital Partners, the private equity firm that had acquired the school in 2004, to sign the PPA. Sterling indicated they could not do so because the fund that they had utilized to buy the school and do some other investments had actually expired in 2013 and was in the process of and ultimately wound down in 2016. The limited partner agreement for that fund prohibited Sterling from doing anything after wind down that would in any way expose the original investors to potential liability. So they informed, through us, the department that they could not sign the PPA. We went back and forth, provided them with counsel opinion on that, provided them with a 120, 130-page limited partner agreement, and finally, at the end of March, the department said either Sterling signs or your participation agreement expires on March 31st. We had like 3 business days. And Sterling still maintained that it could not and it did not sign. April 1, we received notice that the PPA had expired and that we were no longer a participant in the Title IV program. On April 5th, the Sterling formally, with documentation, relinquished any last lingering indicia of ownership, and that is the change of ownership that is before you. All of that, unfortunately, triggered an ABA requirement that we prepare a teach-out plan, which we did, and which we're in the process of implementing. Hopefully won't have to implement it if we're successful in court, but we have to take every precaution possible for our students. And since the Department of Education has denied, let me back up. We then applied for reinstatement 2 days after Sterling relinquished its ownership. 6 weeks later, the department denied that application for reinstatement, raised all kinds of issues that they had never discussed with us before. We appealed that at the end of May, and on July 16th, they denied the appeal. Last Tuesday, a week ago today, we filed a motion for a temporary restraining order and injunctive relief in federal court in Jacksonville, and that will be heard on Wednesday of next week.
My understanding, the ABA has not asked for a financial report, have they?
No.
And to just sort of sum it up, because I know that Mr. Ferguson, we've been in constant communication about what's been going on, and I know as school, executives and operators, you've seen a lot of changes with the Department of Education requirements over the years, and particularly since the new administration took over. But, this requirement that the senior parent of the school group sign on to the program of participation agreement is something that historically has not been done in the past, and that we seriously question they have the authority to require. So that's sort of where we're at. Unfortunately, the school, which has performed very well and has great bar pass rates and, has always really been there working in the best interest of the students, has been put in this very bizarre situation, and the only reason you even have a change of ownership in front of you today is because Sterling Capital Partners did what they thought was the best possible move in the interest of the school and the students to remove themselves completely from the situation in hopes that the Department of Education in DC would recognize this and realize that there was no longer any need to ask them to sign anything, but instead continued down the path of removing them from the Title IV program.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think fifth last year with the bar exam, I was amazed. I was looking at that, and you're above quite a few of the other law schools.
And today's the first day of the July bar exam over in various locations around the state.
I think you were head of University of Miami, weren't you?
We were.
Yeah, I know.
We were. Yep. And we were on track. April 1 when the department pulled the plug for probably a 45 to 50% larger class. We've been gradually kind of building up from our downturn. 2 years ago, we had an entering class of 68. Last fall, it was 92, and we were looking at 135 to 155 with improved credentials.
Yeah, I've been following that when the group came to Tallahassee a couple of years ago, and we looked over what you were doing. You could see, and you could see the improvement, the difference. Right now, who is the primary? Where's the primary source of ownership or income from?
Inflaw is the primary
it is now
owner.
Inflaw only.
Inflaw has been the primary active owner
I understand,
since 04.
But that's it, though. It's just
that's
Inflaw
correct.
at this point.
That is correct.
And I guess you're the last of the law schools.
Unfortunately, we were the first, and now we're the last.
Yeah.
And as part of the change of ownership, literally the only change is that Sterling removed itself from the equation. Nothing else has changed. Like the structure of Inflaw has not changed. The structure of the school has not changed.
And the interesting thing is that Sterling never had any sort of active role in the management of the policy
I understand
setting.
that. I guess, at this point, for commission, the one thing, and I hate to say it this way, but the one thing is you owe us $1,000. So that's...
All right, let me get my checkbook.
That's number one. You owe us $1,000.
I apologize. We will take care of that.
But, I understand that. But my recommendation at this point is let's come back in September with a report, or depending on how long this thing's going to. I would think that pretty quick you're going to know something.
The judge indicated at a scheduling conference a week ago that it was her intent to rule from the bench on Wednesday, but she reserved the right to take an extra day.
I understand that, and in fact, I knew it was going to be pretty quick, and I think.
Can I add one more thing?
Sure.
If the worst happens and we have to go ahead and go through the teach-out, one of the provisions in the teach-out plan that the ABA has approved is that two key things. During the life of the teach-out, we will remain accredited so that those students who are visiting at other
I've seen that.
Other schools can graduate from an accredited law school and be able to sit for the bar exam.
Yep.
Right.
We've also told them, as part of what they would require, is that we would continue to be licensed during the life of the teach-out, which expires at the end of June 2023. We would not be enrolling any new students. We wouldn't actually be actively teaching the students, but we will have a staff, including myself, who will be overseeing the relationships with the schools around the state and around the country that the students who do not transfer end up completing as transient or visiting students.
Well, just one more point of clarification. I think you were fourth. FSU was above you, I know that. Miami
and bar exam?
Miami and I think University of Florida were below you in terms of the graduate.
That's correct.
But anyway, having said that, Bob. I know it. But anyway, seriously, my recommendation is that we let them come back in September. Let's see where we are with this lawsuit. Yeah, extend, yes, yeah.
You have a right to a decision on your application today. However, you can waive that right and come back at the next meeting and provide updated information. I can't advise you which route to take, but if you so choose, you can waive your right and come back to the next meeting.
We got two attorneys standing there. And just in case, if you need assistance, there's one behind you that graduated a little bit higher.
Did you?
No, I just wanted to make sure. So what we are on the agenda for today is for the change of ownership, which, Sterling has already removed themselves and has nothing
Correct,
going on.
but that change of ownership you can't do that. Nothing, let me back up, and as Ms. Parton had said, what we're going to do, if you agree, is give you 90 days.
Right.
Because you can't do anything because you still owe us $1,000. So.
Yes.
Right.
Right?
Correct.
And you can't owe the state money. I found that out years ago.
Yeah.
Never mind.
But we will waive our right to a decision today. And I want to thank the commission for the support. I go back, this is my second tour of duty as dean. I started when the school was acquired in '04. And have always appreciated the support of the commission, the staff, and Mr. Ferguson, particularly your support.
Just remember.
Pay the $1,000.
Just remember you're proprietary and you're not in friendly waters nationwide. So.
Well, we know that quite well, and indeed part of what was going on in November through March was a potential acquisition by a nonprofit, long-standing university.
I understand that, and that would not have set well today. So I'm not talking about us.
Right.
No.
Good. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ideal Professional Institute, Miami Gardens. If you're on the online with us, please introduce yourself for the record.
Should be ideal, right?
Yes, hi. This is Mariel Lubin for Ideal Professional Institute.
All righty.
Hey, welcome.
Been waiting for this one, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
There's not another one? The attorney?
Who's on, who is on? Well,
Ma'am, is it just you supposed to be on the phone today?
Yes, my lawyer is there.
Well, your lawyer's not here. We're checking to see if he's online.
Greg is supposed to be here. He said he's on. He's on the phone?
crank this thing up.
Ma'am, is your attorney on the line?
Yes.
Can he introduce himself for the record? Is he in your office with you, or is he, because we don't have him dialing in?
No, he's not in my office. But he said he's on.
What's the name of your attorney, please?
Greg?
Last name?
He's muted. Can you unmute him?
We don't have a Greg on our,
O'Shelley?
we don't have a Greg on our system to let in.
His last name is O'Shelley.
It's OC something.
What phone number is it?
No idea.
Name's not on. We have phone numbers though.
Gregory O'Shelley?
Say in now, but I don't understand it.
How's he talking to, is he talking to you on a phone?
Text.
Is he speaking?
Brandon, dude, I can't read lips, buddy. I can't read lips.
Mike, check this. I'm in now.
Three people that are as a phone number, he could be one of those, but.
What phone number is he, what's the four last numbers that he's calling from?
Seven, 778 on the phone.
We've got a 778.
7778
Okay,
on the phone.
okay, we're connecting him now.
He needs to hit *6 to unmute.
Hit *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon.
Yay!
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, please introduce your, for the fifth time, please introduce yourself for the record.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, I've heard you. Who would you like to go first?
Okay. Sam, you want to take this one?
Yes, sir. If I might start, at the beginning of this commission meeting, I mentioned schools that really had kind of brought the average down in the NCLEX. Ideal Professional has had 329 testers with a score of 17.93%. This school has continuously failed to demonstrate that the program is organized in any manner that would provide any sort of education in this field of study. And as you can see, with a 17.93% pass rate and 329 testers, the recommendation, and actually I would ask that this committee to direct this institution to conduct an orderly closure of this particular school. It just has continuously failed to graduate students with any semblance of an education to be a nurse.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Attorney Gregory Ochalek on behalf of Ideal. I've been here since the beginning. I was muted out, but thank you for allowing me to join. Just as a brief introduction, I did hear the gentleman's comments. We believe, and the director will talk with you about this more as you inquire, but one, we have a 100% placement rate with our home health aides, and we don't believe your math is correct. There's no methodology. Aside from that, the program director can address your questions, and I'll help as may need be. So I'll leave it at that for the moment. Hello?
No, we're here. We're listening.
Okay. Yeah, I just because I didn't get a chance to introduce myself, I just wanted to get in there and say I'm here and we have a general proposition. But okay, that being said, I'm here. Carry on.
Okay. So we can move forward with our motion and then they can fight it through the clerk order, correct?
Correct.
You want to explain the process to them?
Sir, The recommendation right now is to deny your client's license for annual renewal and to order her to close the school. A clerked order will be sent to you if you can. I will find your information on the Florida Bar website and send you a copy of the order, and you'll have 21 days to dispute that, and we can go from there. But basically, the recommendation is denial, and you will have appellate rights. So.
Right. Well, and that's based upon what, ma'am? What are the findings that are issued?
The findings are that the school fails to demonstrate that their nursing programs provide a sequence that lead to the attaining of competence in their respective field or study. Specifically, the nursing passing placement rate for 1920 was 37%. The school has failed to meet or exceed the state requirements since 2017 for their practical nursing program. They have failed to meet or exceed the state requirements since 2018 for their nursing ASN program. So they are no longer in compliance with the standards that are required to be met by this commission, and thus we are taking their license away.
Okay, well, we understand what your position is. Ours was different insofar as we think that the standard is vague, and clearly our 100% pass rate and placement rate of the home health aides would negate the 37.77, and there's still open appellate decisions resting in the third DCA regarding any NCLEX issues, so that those percentages wouldn't be applicable. And we also have, there was no opportunity for Ideal to file required progress report in reference to its placement improvement program. So we have some, at least the way I understand this, as you've just told me, some contests to make. So I'll just enter that into the record so that we have at least some rebuttal as best I understand what you've told me.
Okay, so noted. Mr. Ferguson?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
One more thing.
Please email me a final order.
One more thing before you go. We,
Yes, sir.
at some point, and we haven't asked about it because we're going to deny the license, but at some point we would like an explanation as to how you had a substantial number of, a more substantial number of testers than you did graduates. So I'm kind of wondering where all those other testers came from that you didn't graduate. But that's for another day, and probably for someone else to look at.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion.
Well,
I think that we have a motion on the floor already.
I do not have a motion.
There's no motion.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
And I'll second that.
A motion by Ms. Bradley, second by Dr. Matos. We've been in discussion. The attorney said what he wanted to get on the record, and then we will take it from there with legal. I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Okay, thank you for joining us.
okay, thank you for letting me in and have a good day, folks.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Branch campuses, none. Name change, we have two. This Florida Technical, they got split up from the rest of the family, and they kind of ended up here. And so they asked if they had to stay, since we approved all the other ones. I said no. So, but again, it's up to you if you want to deny it or not. So, the first one is College of Business Technology Hialeah, changed to CBT Technology Institute.
Move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion by Dr. Matos,
Second?
by Ms. Mulheron. Is this related to the other school that we
Yes.
just?
Yes, it
Yes,
is,
it's the same
yeah.
thing.
Well, they got separated as well.
And the second one is too, the second one was up earlier as well.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Florida Technical College, Tampa, change to NUC University.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheron. Second.
Second.
Second by Dr. Matos. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Religious colleges sworn affidavits.
Move to accept.
Motion by Dr. Matos.
Oh, I hear Dr. Kitchen. Hold on. I can hear him.
He's going to refuse now.
Are you going to second this one, Dr. Kitchen?
No.
I'll second it.
A second by Ms.
I'll do a
Bradley.
friend a favor.
We're in discussion for the sworn affidavit submitted. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, Dr. Kitchen? Or did you say aye?
Still have it under consideration.
Please note the record, I did hear Dr.
Dr.
Kitchen say
Kitchen, want
aye.
everybody to know that he is not associated with supernatural.
And agent training programs, none. And we are in,
Before you do that, I need, had a question. Individual commission members, so that we've got this straight, can talk to the executive director one-on-one about any information that they may or may not need. With that said, I will talk to each of you individually between now and the next meeting regarding some of the things going on with nursing.
we're in recess.
Oh, did you put a
It
crack
is
in that?
1:46.
That was strong.
The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.